Good morning and TGIF, huh? Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Stream every morning, every trading day from now, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. And that's an important point that all of my times on my charting or that I refer to is Central Standard Time. Now, as I said, this is my virtual trading journal, meaning that all of the data that I'm watching is captured on the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So most of the time I'm talking to myself or for the record. A couple of important things. I'm not licensed nor do I intend to be providing financial or trade advice. And there is a disclaimer in the description here of the stream. But having said that, I do trade live funded account with AMP futures funded with my own money. And I am completely transparent and accountable here in the stream. That's the purpose of it. And that's why it goes. The stream is 7 hours every day from 8 o'clock in the morning now, where I do the pre-market and all the setup, and then from the open at 0830 through 1500, because no trade will be taken off the stream. I mean, think about it. It's my virtual journal. Who am I trying to kid? You know? I'm just allowing, or I'm pleased to have people watch over my shoulder to aid in accountability and transparency. So there you go. By the way, I stream in 1440p, so if it's not high def on your end, click the gear on YouTube. The reason I stream with YouTube and push it to YouTube is to further the accountability and the transparency, but also I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy because I have stand-up desks only, and I'm standing here from around 4:45 in the morning until around, 17, 18, 1900 every evening. So it's nice to be able to do something about that. Now let's look at the reports and numbers that we have fast approaching here, and I'm pleased to report nothing, really. The two news sources that I use are investing.com, and they've redone their format over the weekend, and I really don't like it, or I'm not used to it, or whatever. The basic premise here, and layout display is the same. It's just spread out more, and there's all this ad stuff every which way, and I don't mind that. This is absolutely free. That's why there's ads displaying every place. And it's important. I think it's important for me to use as many, any resource that I use here on the stream, I try to make it, use the one that is available to everyone. In other words, this is free. Now, investing.com is handy because first, as with both of the news sources I use, you can filter it for whatever you want, however you want to do it. Time zone, reports, countries. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you only want to pay attention to the Nikkei, no problem. You can do that. I've filtered this for Eurozone, Canada, USA, Japan, and China. Figuring those are the majors that I'm interested in seeing reports to do with. Something else that's pretty handy with investing.com, you notice how this turns into a URL. You can click any one of these numbers and you'll see let's look at this one as an example. Here are all the statistics and stats about the Canada foreign securities purchases, what the historical numbers look like, where the current releases were, and what they are. It's pretty handy and pretty in-depth. So that's why one of the reasons why I like it. Also, investing.com is very reliable in that they focus on and present traditional economic revenue events and calendar things, not extracurricular stuff. There's also earnings. We're in earnings seasons now, and here's the earnings for the week. And for you can also look tomorrow. You can look next week. You can look this week. You can look yesterday. It's a pretty in-depth tool, and it's been around. I've been using it for probably, at least 10 years. So that's investing.com. The second source I use now is Financial Juice, and this is within the last year or so I found out about it. It has a similar docket feature here, or calendar, as does investing.com. You can't click to any of these sources and see what's going on, but the big difference is they pull non-revenue economic related events as they're scheduled into the docket, which may disrupt the auction. 9 o'clock this morning, Trump speaks. 10 minutes ago, that wasn't here. We all know, I hope you know, that very good possibility this will have a disruption into the auction, which could be serious, it could be not. No political commentary, it's a fact. So, and here we go again at 14:15. So, that's Financial Juice. It is also, you can filter it for your time zone, and et cetera. And the right side over here is more of a squawk box, which, kind of an ongoing squawk box that, up to the minute kind of releases, or pretty close. And again, free. I'm sure both investing.com and Financial Juice would be tickled to death if you wanted to pay them money. But as I said, I don't, to try to make resources that I use here on the stream available to everybody. Now, I pay for Bookmap, and I pay for Investor RT, so I can't do anything about that, but there you are. This is Investor RT, and let's get on with the pre-market now. Stand by one. Okie dokie. So here is yesterday's RTH session. A chop fast, boom, sell off into the close. First of all, this is the micro ES. Sorry about that. Micro NQ. The ES market profile, I don't bother switching it to micro for mini. And this is the micro composite chart, which is I realize that sounds like a whatever you call it, double entendre or whatever. This is my higher time frame chart. So let me first point out that on any of my IRT charts here, you can, in the header, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that, if you have a question when you're looking at it, there you go. Now for the higher time frame, this is a RTH session only, right here, the micro. These are 1 day or daily chart candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. Now, we've had a bunch of goofiness these last 2 days. You can see where we were, just plugging along like normal. Then we gap down, and we did close this gap by about 2 ticks, which doesn't really mean much to me. And a similar idea happened yesterday. So here's the day before, and here's yesterday. So I'm going to leave these open until I see what today does. I may include them all in this volume profile. I may start a new volume profile. But what happens with the volume profile, it generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control, and these high and low volume nodes. Now, the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines, they're just the high and the low volume nodes of the of this volume profile, this most recent one. Those high and low volume node values push to Bookmap. So do the session prices, which are generated in IRT. And I also plot the same exact configuration for the minis. So, and this is a naked volume points of control, and there you go. Same idea, right? Because I'm trading live micros at this moment, and I'll explain all about that in my methodology there later in the morning. That's why I will focus on the micros. So, what are we doing so far? Well, let's look. Well, we're a higher volume again. The last 3 or 4 days, we've been over 100%. Day before yesterday, we're at 150% volume. This is look back over 20 days. And here we have the ATR, average true range for 1 minute. So every 1 minute candle is averaging about 1.5 points right now. That means anything to you? All right. Bookmap. I am assuming you're familiar with Bookmap. I hope so. It's real simple, and I like it for a couple reasons. I like to have all the data that I want to trade right here on the hard right edge, and the execution is really good. Also, there's nobody that has come up with a smooth of navigation as provided by Bookmap, in my opinion. And I've owned Jigsaw since 2013 or 14, and they tried to have it's called Auction Vista. It's just all clunky, doesn't work. So if somebody came out with one, that's great, but they haven't yet. So in Bookmap here we have the DOM, the price ladder, the order book, whatever name you want to hang on it. It is all the price levels and resting liquidity at each price. Resting liquidity. Not market orders, but limit. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. Micro composite VPOC right up here. You'll see the all-time high that was put in on the 12th during the RTH session. Here's a naked volume point of control from yesterday. Yesterday RTH, I should say. And this is these are the high and low volume nodes, which I pointed out push from the micro composite chart in IRT. Here we have the full session volume profile. Now, this started plotting last night at 1700. Will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. RTH volume profile, which resets one way or the other at 8:30 this morning. It's supposed to be automatic based on settings, but I've been battling with it. And this is a real important column, my statistics column, which we'll touch on in a sec. These are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap continuously, from IRT to Bookmap continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening until 1600 today, Friday. And I share these levels, free. If you want them, let me know, and I'll hook you up with a link to Google. It's a CSV. You can put it in here, free, no charge. Happy to help. I share them with a lot of people. Notice on my charting here on Bookmap and on IRT, there are no indicators. There are I only focus on probabilities, statistics, price data, and volume. So POC for RTH, POC for the full session. Nothing magic. POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 52 or 92 half, 92 quarter is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the full session, 4,815. The nanosecond that one of these other prices is 4,816, this flag is going to move there, and consequently the yellow line. Easy peasy. Same one for the micro composite. For the RTH session. This is the POC from yesterday's RTH, and that is the naked volume point of control from yesterday at close, and it needs to go up one from the looks of it, for the latest or most recent RTH auction. Simple. The RTH VWAP, the full session VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. And if you want to argue about it, yeah, that's an indicator because it's calculated, I guess. And this is the mid for the RTH. The rest of these are just price levels, and they're pretty well explained. Something that confuses folks often is the initial balance low and high, because of the naming, I think. It's an old convention from market profile, meaning initial balance. What these two levels really represent are nothing more complicated than the high, up here somewhere, and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Okay? Statistics. The first thing I do with the statistics is change the name of the column to the current, what I've expected to be the statistical open type. Yesterday we were higher around a range or a gap up. Today, I assume it's going to be lower in range. And how do I figure that out? Easy. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, here's where price is. How would that compare to previous RTH close, which I think is right there? Oh, that's developing high. Well, let's wind this out a little, see if we can see the close. I don't see it yet. But we are, closes down here right there, I bet you. Yeah, there we are. Previous RTH close. So we are higher than the close. And how does it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the low, and the high is way up here above us. So we're higher in range. Next thing I'm going to do is change that column. Ooh, now cancel. Next thing I'm going to do is change the title of the column like this. Higher in range. Why do I do this? Well, first of all, I'm OCD. And second of all, just looking at a screen snap or the recording, when I see that title, I know a lot about the data from the overnight. Okay? Now what I'm going to do is clear the statistics that we're going to, because they're from yesterday. And we're going to go apply the new statistics for today. Sun is banging through the window here, and I couldn't even see the monitor. All right. So how do we do the statistics? Well, easy peasy, just like everything else I do. Straightforward and not complicated. The statistics study is an IRT. It's right there. IRT graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Also, you notice that the text is gray and then it's blue through the day. As these levels are revisited by price in the RTH session, they change the text from gray to blue. So you can see exactly which levels were revisited so far at any point in the RTH trading session. Now, we've just figured out that it's going to be higher in range rather than higher out of range. So the system works like this. It looks back over the most recent 1,657 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range, 510 of them. Of these 510 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 80.8. You ready? Watch this. Ooh, complicated, huh? Remember, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. This has got to be simple or I'm lost. So I just now simply go down the list. Overnight volume point of control next on the list is 74.7. That's the overnight mid. Overnight mid is hiding somewhere around here. And it's a yellow guy. Where is that? Mid would be right around, I'm sure it's probably right under here somewhere. 74.7. Well, where are you? If it's under a flag, then I'm in trouble. Well, so we're not going to worry about that. We're going to put 74.7 by value area low here. 4.7. That's the overnight mid. The overnight high is 74.5. Now, we're going to have to do this to get up to the overnight high, which is right up here. 74.5. Value area high, 70. I want to get to one of the POCs. There we go. No, where's the low? Okay, 60.6. So IB low right here. Okay. 60.6 IB low. Now, remember the definition of the initial balance, high and low. So I put these initials here to indicate what this statistic represents, because the moment we open, this flag is going to go just below the open, and the high will come down to above the high of the RTH trading session, and will continue to move up and down until the first 1 hour is finished. The important part is it's not going to be here anymore, and I'm going to wonder what 60.6% meant. Close. Previous close is 69.8, and where did we find that? Down here somewhere, wasn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, right there, 69.8. I'm not making it up. That's the close, remember. There you are. Now, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand or, bet the college education on targets. These are probabilities only. This is the probability, the percentage of time that this level was revisited, looking back over 1,657 days where we opened higher in range. I mean, be really sure that you're clear about that understanding. I am. So there we go. Let's see what else I'm missing out on here. Where's the overnight low? That's always a biggie. 49.2%. Now, there's a good one. Let me just see something else here. Okay. Developing value area low. IB low. IB high. 68.50. IB high. 60. Where'd it go? 68.0. I'm thinking the IB high is right up here somewhere. Where, I don't know. Got to be right around in here. It's covered up. Right there. It's covered up by the VPOC. You see the IB high here? We closed right on the IB high last night. Isn't that funny? I'm going to put that in here anyway, just because I want to note it. 70.0. Again, the previous high, that's a good one. 54.4. Ooh, wait a minute. 54.4. And value area high. Where did that little level go? 70.0. Now, the value area high and the developing value area high differ in this way. Value area high and low represent the previous auction. Developing value area and high and low represent the current auction. Okay, so there you go. That's what we're going to call square. And now I need to do something I've forgotten to do, and I'm way behind the curve here for some reason. I need to do my TLab snap, which I try to do every day. And what is that, you ask? Let me get it out of the way because I'm terrible with multitasking. That's why I don't do that. The TLab is a bookmap Discord. I don't know what that said. Okay, let me just, somebody's asked me a question in the TLab. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who is a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 years experience, and I believe him. Now, he doesn't show you his, what do you call it, verified account balances and all that kind of stuff, but after a while, you sort of, at some point, you got to take somebody for granted and at their word, and I believe that. I've listened to Tom off and on for several years. And I also don't bet the ranch on anything he says or does. So it's not like he doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live. And it is a Discord site. Now, it's the only Discord site that I'm aware of in Bookmap that, first of all, you're not solicited for anything, that there's a good crew of people, and it's the only one that definitely that I, mention or support. And I do that out of respect for Tom and the guys in there. Every day, around 6 in the morning or a little before, I post the numbers and stuff. And then I post this chart right here, this layout for anybody in there that doesn't have all the various numbers and charting stuff. So that's the TLab. Another thing that's pretty important, if we can get to it quickly, before the world famous open here, is be able to trade on Bookmap. So to trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel and select a method you will use to trade with the application and your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place is the active data column. If you choose a DOM, only place is the DOM columns. If you choose both, guess what? And I choose to use multi-brackets. This is where the hell's going on? Oh, yeah. This is where I input the methodology, and we're going to open in 30 seconds here. So I'm going to close that off. I'll get back to that in a minute. I have all my metrics. I don't need the trade control panel. I can shut it off. I'm ready to trade. I have my metrics, cancel and close. And we're going to open here in 30 seconds. So I will stand by and finish that little blurb up about multi-brackets and things pretty quick. Look at this. What is this noise? A lot of shucking and jiving going on. God, I'm sick of this damn thing not resetting as it's supposed to. But it's what it is, so what are you going to do? There we go. That's clearly not correct, but try to straighten it out here in a minute. Why? I guess it's just choking on the data. I don't know. All I know is it's a pisser. So the next thing I need to do now is be mad about the fact that this isn't resetting properly. Look at them go. And then I need to reset my my charting from full session to RTH session in IRT. And I do that just this way. So now we have yesterday's RTH and today's RTH Open. And I'll do that for all of them. And I'll explain why I do that in a minute. I do that because of the wonderful things it does. What in the hell are they doing over here? They're going crazy, huh? I do that to keep the various levels in the session prices aligned, specifically the value area high and low and the developing value area high and low. And I realize that's kind of maybe seems insignificant, but it's important to a lot of people and me. So there you go. Come on. Okay. They're off to the races today. Tomorrow, remember that Monday's a holiday. Martin Luther King Day. MLK. And now we're going to throw Blue Boy on the job here. This is my real secret, top secret special indicator that I use. That is just a visual cue for me when I glance left. If I see this blue line, I know that the entire session is visible on the chart, and that's important to me. And here we have a few things going on. So what the hell are they doing now? Let's just see here what's going on. Well, what have we done? Got yesterday's IB low. Didn't get the overnight volume point, or didn't get the overnight volume point of control again. That happened again. That happened also yesterday. Where is the IB low here? I don't see that, and that's kind of, is it hiding somewhere? I'll apologize for the fact I can also have these session indicator lines here reflecting the flags, and it has the ability to show two things at once. To see that now here's the IB low. So there we go. But these are different levels that I use now in the initial balance trade. I'll talk about them in a minute, in a while or something, at some point. Anyway, I promise. At some point. What in the hell is going on? Got a lot of jumping and jiving around here, don't we? doing the jump and jive. Man, my eyes are itching like crazy. It's got to be dry and I don't know what. Also, it's the end of the week and my eyes are like two burnt holes in a blanket. So, well, this is supposed to be the initial balance low, and I'm a little disappointed there's no volume plotting down there. That's what I don't like about this drama that's going on with the book map. But it'll come right here for too long. So what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Okay. Let's just see what else is happening here. Seems like the stream is moseying along. Okay. Yes, back to the two-lot package and etc. So this is the two-lot risk-neutral package and where the methodology is applied. First, you need to determine the package size, and the smallest package size for a risk-neutral methodology is two-lot because it needs to be an even number. Then you need to select the stop for the entire package. And the first thing you better look at first is your account risk parameters. And then what's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? You know, there's a lot of things that figure into that, and you should definitely be doing that at night sometime long before the open or the session that you're thinking about trading. Once these two values are established, the first risk neutral scale, or T1, is automatic because it's half of the package size, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's the runner, and you can do whatever you want. Set it up any which way, you know, however your account works. I also have been looking at Execution Pro, which has got a bunch of stuff you can do, but I'm doing most of it manually now, trade management. So now we've set, that's the explanation for how to set up that. What else is going on here? Well, we're still not showing that volume down here, which is irritating. Do we have any big liquidity laying out here? A couple hundred down here, 300 at the 93 level. 01s has got, 02s has got 359. The dome, I mean the heat map here reflects all these, you know, gradations just reflect liquidity in the book. Pretty handy, but it's not any crisis, you know. Obviously, they want you to, there's stops, there's all kinds of things. I don't use much of Bookmap. So let's make sure there's no orders floating around out there that I haven't accidentally hit. Let me just point out to you that if you accidentally click in this active data column somewhere, you got an order or a trade on that you didn't expect. Yes, it's the voice of experience. So there we go. Now, the trades that I am focusing on and that I will take if they present are the initial balance trades, which I have properly vetted with, you know, statistically with backtesting. What does that mean? Well, I am now in stock mode, right? I don't have anything to think about. No trade could present itself until what? The initial balance statistic is set. When does that happen? 9:30 Central Standard Time, after the first 1 hour of trade, because the initial balance continues to move up. Initial balance low continues to move down with price for the first 1 hour. Simple. When you trade vetted, planned, pre-determined setups and triggers, there's no hurry, scurry, and blurry. It's like fishing in a barrel, you know? I mean, you just stock, okay, there's the statistic. There's A. I real complicated. My trading system uses 3 rules. And my naming ability isn't very creative, so it's A, B, and trigger. I get the initial balance stat. That happens to be A. Oh, there's A. Okay. Let's see if we get a B. And if we get a B, guess what? Let's look for the trigger. If we get the trigger, Bob's your uncle. Boom, you're in a trade. That's all there is to it. I probably forgot something. Seems like I was in a hurry today. I don't know what. No, trying to answer that which reminds me, I've got to get back to that static stuff. Or Discord, somebody was asking me something in TLab. Okay, I'll leave her on the book map for the moment. And get back to the TLab here, whatever that was about. First, if you can. I'm not sure what the hell he's asking. I don't think that was anything important, so I'm not even think about it anymore. I'm not sure what they were asking. I think Furs was asking me if I care about him sharing some levels, and I could care less. Good. That's the whole. I try to be as open and transparent as humanly possible here. When the trades start to set up, I explain the entire system that I'm looking at and the setup, and I narrate. Remember, the idea of narration here is that the only way I can get what I'm thinking at the moment on the stream in the recording is to this narration. So, there you go. And what are we doing now? Well, we're bobbing around in the middle. Bobber. And this is Friday, and Monday's a holiday, MLK. So there you go. This Discord is flying all over the place. What the hell? I don't really care what they're doing. Myself. So where are we here? There's the initial balance high. Magic. There's the initial balance low. It hasn't dropped down yet. This level's got to plop down here. Notice that it is tracking lower over here. I try to keep all the colors and stuff consistent. IB high and low, or this green thing, and the developing volume point of controls, the yellow brick road, and then the, VWAPs and stuff, so that it's continuity for me. If it helps somebody else, good, but it's I got to admit I'm being selfish. Notice also that the line here is now below the flag. That's not an error or a bug. It's a known behavior, and it's based on the following. The data that drives both of these, the indicator and the flag, is pushed by my IRT simultaneously. You notice they're now together. What happens here is that the smallest refresh rate I can set in the book map cloud note column is a minute. And the clever boys and girls that coded up this line indicator, which uses the same data, obviously have it refresh quicker than a minute. So there you go. Now you know. So now what are we doing? Let's look. Naked volume points of control. We've still got yesterday. We've got today. Now this naked volume point of control for the micro composite here, if I decide to include this outlier in the next volume profile, it will include it. However, I'm looking at this right now, and it makes sense to me that this was like an island low, and it doesn't really matter. I'm going to start with a new volume profile, micro composite volume profile right here. Yeah, it's 100% personal. Whatever makes sense to you, knock yourself out. Or don't even look at it. Whatever you want to do. Myself. This is my back testing and forward testing area. And now I'm going to do a couple things here. Notice that the session or the system is pushed right here. And I'm going to, you see these flashing things? That's a little gizmo blink on selection. I think that's kind of handy. Whichever one of these I pick will blink and let me know which one of the things I'm looking at here. what I'm going to do now is edit how this chart and this particular indicator graphs or plots any potential trade that's pushed from the trading system to this chart. And I'm going to just get rid of these T1 and stops because I remove these lines. It kind of clutters up the shooting match there as far as I'm concerned. So what does all this mean? Well, this is my vetted. First of all, this is the way I develop a system and backtest it. I am also able here, thank you very much, IRT, to push this or send this system to the chart. And this is the chart that I've put together to do that. Now, these lines and levels are not, they don't mean anything. They're just indicators in this chart. However, they accurately represent the lines and levels for the rules of the trading system. And I use the word rule because that's what IRT uses. Trading rules. I don't, call them what you want. Now, notice that these lines and levels defining the trading system aren't over here. What's going on? Well, it's not 9:30 yet. And they're based on the initial balance trades. So once 9:30 happens, they'll materialize over here. These lines, levels, and their corresponding labels will push automatically to Bookmap so that I can keep up best I can. And we'll talk about all that later, but it's important to understand that right now this system is going to take trades as they come in the live, real, rhythmic data being provided by AMP and Rhythmic, but only within the IRT simulated environment. I do not want these trades being pushed automatically to my live US dollar account funded by me in Bookmap, because I very definitely recognize the importance of managing my risk and preserving my account. And I don't want some random thing that I hadn't planned on. And as I said earlier, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not a code wizard or any of these other stuff. So there could be something lurking under this hood that I don't know about. Therefore, the trades will be executed and plotted here on the chart, no problem, as will hopefully the signal markers, which coincide with these user flags that I've set with the rules. And that's how, and then when that happens, I manually take the trade here on Bookmap on the live account, but it keeps that buffer, right? Which makes me feel better. And, this is my money and that matters to me. So that's, I hope, explanation. I would love to be able to do, I think Tom, as Tom puts it, put an ATM in the basement. He's down in Costa Rica now, which he does every year. I'm sure he'd love to just have some sort of an algorithm thing banging him off and was making money hand over fist, and he's down there laying on the beach. But he doesn't do that, and neither do I. So it'd be great, but I don't know. And maybe it'll evolve. Maybe it will come to that at one point here. I don't know. That would be great. So here we are. It's 8:54. Do you know where your kids are? That used to be a thing on TV or radio or somewhere in the 70s, I think. So here we go again with the IB low. And what is happening here? Well, it's the first 1 hour. The initial balance low continues to move with price. The initial balance high continues to go up with price. That's the definition of those levels. We'll see where we go. We will see what we will see. I think I have everything else working. Okay. Following suit with the NAS, huh? Looks like the NAS is leading the way again, like usual. What are we doing for volume? I'm betting high. Ooh, see what I get for bet. Why I don't bet. This is why I bet statistics and trade them. 97%. Not that that's low, but it's lower than it's been the last couple of days. And we're at 3.5 or 3.25 ATR. This means 3.25 points or 13 ticks in a 1 minute bar. Average true range. And we're just ticking them off. We got the overnight volume point of control, the low, B low, value area low. Overnight low looks like it's next on the agenda, and probably the close, which means the close, and we could tag out the settlement. Got some liquidity living in here. There we go. Oh, the previous low. There you are down there. Didn't even see it so far away. Let's see what the stat is for that. Let me explain to you, for the purposes of the recording, why I do this. Well, first of all, notice that IRT did highlight the correct open type. We were right. Isn't that cute? Previous low is 34.8%. The reason I do this is because I want to have the, snaps, the recording, the values. When I review the stream, these values are important to me. Is that what it was? 34.0, 34.8. Well, shoot me down. There we go. And obviously, the previous low from the RTH yesterday isn't going to change. So it's not like I'm fiddling the numbers, Not that I even could, or why would I? Like I said before, who am I trying to bullshit? Me? How stupid is that? Mirror, mirror on the wall, right? Really. BS, I should say. I guess I shouldn't swear. I'm sure the algorithm, if it even, I don't even think the algorithm knows I'm alive, so I don't think there's much to worry about. But we'll see. Okay. Market profile. This, again, is the ES. It's the mini, not the micro. I don't really think it matters. And I've tried to keep my various charts and data, refreshing and indicators and all that stuff to a minimum to try to streamline and keep everything working smooth over here. Be a smooth operator. One minute till the top of that hour, the first 30-minute bracket's going to be set, the A period. I guess probably familiar with market profile to know that it's just another way of organizing the trade data. And typically they are organized in 30-minute brackets, A, B, C. Pete Stottlemyre was also creative, as I am, in naming. And that's it. It just, price just goes up and down. And wherever it passes over where it's been before, it builds out. It's pretty simple. If you don't have market profile, you don't need to worry. All you need to do is set up a plain Jane bar chart or candlestick chart, but I think bar chart would be more meaningful. It is to me. A 30-minute chart, that's it. All these are is a 30-minute chart. If you spread them out, you just see 30-minute candles up and down. That's it. You know, it would just look like this, only they'd be 30 minutes. Simple. Simple dimple. Ah, damn, would you stop that? It's so annoying. So yeah, you don't need to worry about a charting software package that has market profile. You can look at the same thing yourself as just a 30-minute bar chart. Well, aren't they having fun? What would you say the day is? What would you, if you had to guess, what would you say the context is? If you have any answer other than down, you need to go immediately lay down and put an ice pack on your head or something. I mean, look at this. There's absolutely no question about it. So far. Where is my mouse gone? Why is it up? Why is it doing that? Okay, there. Oh, I see. This is the stream. Okay. Saw my mouse zooming around in one of my upper two monitors here, and I thought, how the hell is that possible? And I forgot it's the stream. Sorry. So anyway, context is south. Here's previous overnight low, previous RTH low, previous everybody's low right here. If they break through that, likely we're already through the overnight low and we've down here at the previous RTH low. What's that going to say about over here? Market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up to go, I don't know. That is a fact, Jack. I'm thinking snacks here. I'm kind of hungry. Yeah, if you're, drop something in the chat. Well, first of all, of course, like and subscribe. Second of all, send money. And third, drop something in the chat. Where are you? What's your time zone? What are you trading? What do you think? Who's on third? Whatever. Trading is a solitary, lonesome kind of sport, or endeavor. I don't like to use the word. I don't like to use analogies around trading like gambling or sports. A lot of people do. And that's fine. I just don't like to do that because I don't consider that I am, nor do I ever want to be doing either one of those things with trading. Trading for me is a business of probabilities and statistics. It is not a video game, nor is it gambling. So there you go. And I have come to that conclusion, not by some epiphany of my own, but, just realizing that the top most successful traders in the world and hedge fund guys have all come to the conclusion that that is the case. It is a business of probability, statistics, and you need to identify a setup with the positive expectancy and rely on the law of large numbers to compound your account. It's also the business model of a casino, the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Listen to anybody. Sosnoff, whatever that bad guy's name is over there at Tasty, Jim Simmons, Ray Dalio, not so much Dalio, but for sure Simmons, Tom the Trader, Tom B in the Trader's Lab, Rod, anywhere from the top to the bottom, that, what's his name? Lance Brightstein, I think it is. I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't really know how to pronounce his last name exactly. An 8-figure confirmed, verified 8-figure trader that came out of SMB, out of SMB Capital. Any of them. They all have the same thing. Mark Douglas, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy. All of it. You need to identify a pattern that has a recognizable reoccurrence frequently and establish the rules that justify or validate an entry for that setup, and then backtest it over a statistically significant data set. So you're outside the possibility of, random distribution. Doesn't do you any good to backtest, 5 days or some stupid thing like that, 10 days, whatever. That's easily random distribution, and random distribution is simple to understand. A coin flip is 50-50. We all know that. Is anybody surprised if you flip a coin 10 times and you have more heads than tails or vice versa? No, nobody is. That's random distribution. So you've got to have enough trades and enough occurrences to get outside of that. And my back tests are 500 days, and that usually is around 1,000 trades. I believe that's valid. So I am stocking the initial balance trades because I vetted them. At 9:30, you will see the parameters that I have identified materialize over here. And again, it's all completely straightforward. You can look for yourself. I'm happy to tell you whatever it is. There's only 3 rules. Like I said, it's, keep it simple, stupid in my world. And there's a lot of psychological testing that's been done that when humans start layering up, 10 or 15 criteria to determine something, typically the average human's mind just falls over and starts defaulting to a couple of obvious ones. So they say. I'm certainly not for the 3rd or 14th time today, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not an educated whiz-bang, or a code guy, so I just have to take the finding and the words of those who are educated whiz-bangs and have, believe that they're true. And that's what I do. What is going on over here now? I keep seeing stuff. Okay. Okay, never mind. I see little things bump up on my phone about Discord, and seems like a lot of people have been asking me stuff over in the TLab today. So I'm trying to, and I don't mean to be, insulting or ignore anybody, but I'm focused here on the stream because this is my virtual journal, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing this. I don't multitask well. I don't understand how guys or traders focus on the market and their trades and, watch specifically what's going on when they're busy talking and chatting and yucking it up on one or two or three or four Discord places. I don't get it. I envy them. I don't have those skills. And I'm not sure if I said this yet or not, but this is my stream. I'm talking to myself primarily. The only way I get my thinking at the moment into the stream or the recording is this voiceover. And I am by no means insinuating that this is my way or the highway, that what I am doing is the correct or the only way to do this, to approach trading. And certainly if you have any system or methodology which is producing consistently profitable results, absolutely don't change. Hey, Ron, absolutely don't change. And for God's sake, put something in the chat. Let's talk it over. I'm all ears. This is what I'm doing now to try to achieve a consistent or maintain consistent profitability. So that's all. If you don't do it my way, you're a dummy, of course. But no, absolutely none. I'm all ears, man. And essentially, this is basic, vetting a trade, statistically vetting a trade, as I said, is just read anything, listen to anybody on YouTube that's a successful, consistently profitable trader, and pretty quick, you're going to get around to them talking about probabilities, law of large numbers, statistics, and it didn't take long for the penny to drop for me, and on top of everything, people like Rod and Tom and Ned and those guys saying this, you got to do this, and so I figured, well, that sounds like if when in Rome, right? Oh, VPOC migration south. Everybody's excited now. That's one of the setups from the TLab in various places. I don't know where I think the stuff all came from. I think a lot of it originates back to FT71 or Murad Askar, if you know that guy and if anything about his history. All this, flex levels and all that, just different words for these things. And obviously, who in the hell can miss this yellow brick road migrating around, right? So that's probably the go-to setup that a lot of people try to vet first. I certainly did. Thought it was a great idea. Before I was even vetting, I was trying to trade it. But worst performer for me, because right now, this time, okay, there it's done. And one fella in PK, Peter something like that. Peter K, maybe it is. He's got it, what he claimed was a vetted, what he uses as a vetted trade for this. The minute that happens, he goes short. Well, that is great. Maybe. Let's just look. There's 84, okay? 87 and you're stopped out if you're using a 3-point stop and a risk neutral setup, as I do. So from my point of view, sometimes it works, but frequently it does not. And I've never been able to put together all the nuances around the criteria to have it be a vetted setup. And yeah, I can see the mid and the VWAPs and all this stuff here. And yeah, maybe that's all factors into it. I'm sure it does. But I haven't figured it out. I wish I could, because it's so obvious. It's like the Wizard of Oz over here. You can just go dancing down that yellow brick road. So we are now approaching the bottom of the hour, which will mean the initial balance is set. It is not yet. So the first thing I'm going to do at this point is make sure I've got the proper configuration, the right package. Okay, if something presents itself, I'm ready to trade. If it occurs, if the signal and the trigger happens. What kind of a day do we have? Well, it's not really rotational, is it? It's pretty directional, and it looks like the context is south. So what I would be looking for would be a continuation or an IB continuation trade off the bottom. I would be most warm and fuzzy if that's what's set up for me. Let's see where we are over here now. Is everybody happy? Okay. Boom, ba-doom. Let me confirm what I've got going on in my setup here. So the way this is set up, just if you care, it's a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2, the basic risk-neutral package setup. With the break-even trigger is 12 ticks, and it's going to trail to 0 ticks, which means that the minute I achieve this system over here achieves T1, the stop will trail to break-even or entry. Now that I'm doing that because it had the most, without a doubt, the best statistical backtests, and that's developed right after I do the backtesting. I keep track of everything, and here we have the same exact idea. 12, 48, 2-lot, trail to 2, break even. Over 495 days and 1,100 trades, 750 winners, 35 average win, 210 losers, 15 average loss, 148 scratches, 74% win rate, loss rate, expectancy 17.98, R factor 1.41, and risk to reward ratio of 2.5, profit factors 3.75. And over 500 days in a micro, it would have generated 23,388 gross. So that's how I do it. Now we've just gone zooming down here and tagged the initial balance low and the previous low. What does that mean? It means nothing. It's not 930 yet. It means that the low is just extended lower. in Rod's world, and one of he came up with a statistic called the IB30, which says that the high or low of the first 30 minutes has a high probability of being exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes. Now, so here's 9, huh? Well, we already did that once here, and now we've done it another time right here. And it can keep happening, you know, till the cows come home or until it becomes 9:30. But that's referred to by many as the IB30. I don't talk about it much or plot it because I don't trade it, haven't vetted it. Maybe that would be an interesting one to vet. The reason I chose the initial balance trades to vet, there are two, right? There's the IB continuation. So we come down here, we take the IB, we come up, boom, it continues south. There's the IB failure. Comes down here, boo, can't go anywhere. Boop, mean reversion. So there are two opportunities for the two basic day types, which is directional or rotational. So that gave me two vetted trades that I could try to work with. That was the part of my thinking. And I suppose it's time I should put my usual warning about trading to the statistic. We're below the POC, the mids, the VWAPs, everybody else. Boy, we're going to take the IB low. I just know it. You get short right here, and then it goes up and stops you out, and, you know, you're kind of disappointed. The statistic hasn't been achieved yet, and therefore it is not a statistic yet. And I'm guilty of, this is experience talking here. I heartily recommend do not trade in expectation of the statistic. Do I suppose we're going to take the IB low? Yeah, I do. Looks like it, doesn't it? But you know, and remember now that at 9:30, see what I mean? At 9:30, the statistic will be set. The, trade levels or the pullback and continuation zones for the two IB trades will materialize over here on Bookmap, and they'll come from the trade chart, which is, what is this? Keeps doing that. It's some hotkey that keeps firing that up, and I don't know what it is, but I got to figure it out. That's for sure. And boo. Cancel, close. Don't want to have any orders lurking out there I'm not familiar with. Don't like this either. A big hiccup in the data on IRT. Right here. So I'm going to refresh the data right now. Boom. You'll see what happens there. Notice that it's replacing all data up here and download in progress and blah, blah, blah. There we go. So you see what happened in that little period of time when whatever that caused, we had a VPOC migration south, which has now picked that up. We've got this trade going on up here. Doesn't make much sense right there, actually. It's still in progress. Okay. You can see the progress bar up there. Oh. Remember that tomorrow, Monday's a holiday, so this is a long weekend. Yahoo, buckaroo. That doesn't look very good. That's way too long for that download to be in progress. I think it's too busy thinking about the trading over here. God dang it. Fiber optic, 5 gig or something like that, up and down, and 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and blah, 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 and it still chokes all the time. And you see these lags down here on the legs on IRT. The only other way around that I know of is to shut off the heart or the data. The heartbeat is just to show you whether you're streaming or not. Not streaming, but live data. I don't like going into the initial balance with a hiccup like this. There we go. Download queues. Now, pretty quick, it's going to come across here and say, you see how it picked this data up now and it's correct? Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, what are we going to do? Boo-boo. Let's see here. 3 minutes, 2.5. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No lags. Looks like it's updated. Looks like everybody's okay. I think probably a lot of what's going on here with my system is the stream, OBS and up to YouTube and all that is quite a bit of extra load. So we've got another 30 seconds and it's IB time. No news, but be careful if I remember correctly. And I do, I'm sure. Yes, 9:30, here we go. Bing, bang, boom, 15 seconds. This is a real be careful of trading to the statistic. I'd say we're going to get it without any question, but there you go. There's 9:30. So the statistic is now hot. And will we get it? Not yet. There we go. Did we? I think so. Yep. There we go. Now, I need to point out that the initial balance statistic, my initial balance statistic, is a little different than IRT. And notice how we just turned around and went the other way. We got 236 stops out, and we're just running back to the top. Is this going to be a big mean reversion down here, or is it going to be a continuation? Who knows? We don't have any signal yet on IRT that I see. The way, now you see how the signals are starting to push across? And if you look over on Bookmap, there they are. So, what we need to have is the reason this is not an A signal. I have an additional bit of criteria in my rules. The signal bar needs to have an open on, and we're talking about the IB low here. The signal bar needs to have an open above the close. And best of all, the close is below the IB line. Then the next criteria in that rule is that the previous bar to the signal bar have an open higher than the close. Now, in this case, if we continue down here, it would constitute an A signal, but it hasn't done so yet because we have the open is higher than the low. There's the low. Now what's going to happen? I don't know. And we don't have any. This is not a signal yet. Two things should happen. There should be an A materialize over here when we get that signal, and then there'll be a value in the user variables up there. So there we go. You see the user variables? We picked up a 1 and we picked up an A. So there's the first signal in the system. Now, what's going to happen?
The IB low is taken.
And that's actually not a good thing right there. And why that A didn't, I got to change that from interbar to on close. You see that this A turned around, the bar fired the signal, but then it closed higher than that. Now I'm looking for a B down here into the continuation zone. And then a pull back to the trigger, and then Bob's your uncle, south we go. Whether that's going to be meaningful or not, who the hell knows? There should be a B. Something doesn't look right here. Looks like it's hung up. Should be a B here. This should definitely have been a B.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
There we are. And now we should be heading back for a trigger in south. We didn't get it right here. This is the trigger zone. Oops. This. The hell is that? This is the trigger zone here. I don't know what this is showing a short, but I'm not sure what that's for or why. This is not a good thing, is it, boys and girls? I've got to make sure I don't want the signals on the same bar. I don't think that makes sense. So, did it run off and leave me? Probably. not even plotting right. Something's going not well with IRT over here, but I'll continue on. Let's see if we get up to a pull back to a trigger. Essentially, this is real simple. Pullback zone, continuation zone, triggers, pullback zone. Boop. Easy. Easy peasy. Nothing going on here. There's the T1 based on this entry right there. Why it's not plotting that correctly, I don't know, but let's see if we can change. There we go. And there's T1 and it's looking for T2. So magic. Disappointing. I don't like to get out of sync with the system, and I'm not, having the trigger on the B signal bar, I don't like. That's not intended. So that's, like I said, old cowboy coding. I can shoe a horse, but I can't code a system. My problem with these kinds of timing, do I think that it's going to be a valid, will I consider this a valid trigger here? Take that trade even after we've traded down low here and up? Yeah, I would, because I think we're going to continue south, but and that's part of the commitment, but I would have much rather been on the trade with the system. And now I don't have an option to get on. I don't chase. I don't FOMO, And of course, everybody, it's human nature that we have those emotions. It's in our neural pathways, our DNA, or however you want to look at it. And, the way I approach all that psychological stuff is to just be sure I'm constantly vigilant about that, and because I'm going to have adrenaline spikes, FOMO, fear of, missing out, desire to chase, all that revenge stuff, don't act on it. That's all I know how to do. I don't think you can ever eliminate it. I think that's a fool's game. And speaking of fool's games, what's going on over here? Well, so Hassett was good on TV. Yeah, right. I'm sorry, but when an employee from the White House and a close ally of Trump says he's going to make a commitment to keep the Fed independent, it's just like, okay, maybe. So we've got, remember there was another Trump thing here? There we go, at 9. He was speaking at 9, so he's probably still he's still talking, I'm sure. Nothing. Put my. I may put a tariff on countries that don't go along with Greenland. Jesus Christ. Who is this guy? That's just amazing. That is so amazing. Yeah, so I'm off any trade with this kind of news. This is a random risk opportunity. Be careful. That's for sure. So thank you very much, Mr. System, for leaving me in the dust. What kind of rhetoric is that from the United States president? Wow. Gonna blackmail people for not, to go along with me. That is pretty crazy. I don't get it. I don't think it's got a long-term favorable outcome either in terms of our country, our democracy, and our financial position. It's just my guess. Well, that would have been a lovely one to get on, wouldn't it? Where am I here? Basically no heat, and, here we go. I'm not. And there you go. And there's T2. So there's the entry, T1, T2. There's 60 ticks. Man, I wish I'd have gotten that. Damn it. But now looking at it from my point of view, there's our statistic. We did not get T2. The B signal right here, the trigger. We got the B, there's the B. We didn't get the trigger. So I didn't take the trade. It's that simple. That's why I think it's so important to backtest with the system, with a computer, because that would be too easy to, fudge. And then you have meaningless data. Yeah, pretty frustrating. I will not take a trade with this this story going on in the news. And tomorrow and Monday's a holiday, but hey, I'm not gonna. I am not a fool. Well, there's probably people that argue with that idea, but I'm going to try not to be. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. And this guy. What? Complete douche. Now what's going on? Okay. Wow. Gosh darn it, how frustrating. How frustrating. But, you know, I have a real important part of my trade plan that is when I have a rule, which I've made away from the live market, as with all, and I don't believe you should ever change your rules or your trade plan during the live market. I don't have a problem sticking to them. You know, and I've seen enough amazing drama come out of the recent administration when they're near a microphone that I don't want to be part of that. So there you go. No, you know, no comment one way or another, just the way it is. And as long as these kind of statements are going on and he's still talking, I'm going to be standing by. Now I can show you a reason for that, but I'm not going to bother now. Approaching a trigger up here, which is really doesn't make me warm and fuzzy. Wish he would stop talking. It hasn't been a trigger yet, but man, Thank you. Thank you very much. Just a little bit of explanation here. You see that we still have the A signal triggered on the upside, which is the pullback or the, and that's because of this. Now we've executed the A, the B, the trigger, trade, and whenever a trade is entered in whichever direction, and then it becomes, the system goes flat, those flags are set to 0. A still remains. We never got a B, we never got a trigger on the pullback. And that's something that I'm going to be backtesting over these 3 days to decide if and when that's meaningful. To leave as it is, or to reset them all to 0. Now, and the reason I point that out right now, if you look at IRT, or whatever this is, bookmap, you know, another tick up here would have been the trigger. So would I have said, oh, well, we're going to test the B and we're going to come back down? Not in the system, because we do not, the downside or the continuation side, the IBC off the initial balance low has been reset. We're going to need to come up, come down for another A, then a B, and then a trigger. That's how it works. And I'm not changing the way it works in the middle of the session. Hey, Panda, were you? Nope. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm coming, Panda. I know. Well, now we're doing the up thing, huh? What do you say now? He's going to give away free money to everybody? Or what? Jesus Christ. I can't keep up, I tell you. Well, that would have been a lovely trade. Now this is nothing here. This will be no signals or trades. If it is, it's wrong. Okay. Again with the VPOC migration, notice that? It worked great over here. Now you had another one and you immediately got short like you did over here. And now you're all upset because you're all butthurt because you got stopped out. That's me. That's why I was saying earlier, I haven't figured out how to do that. Well, there we get a B to the upside now. So if we come down here and get a trigger, where am I? If we come down here and get a trigger, I should think about a long, which really makes me uncomfortable because of this context story. And we're just, lower lows, lower highs, still lower, makes me nervous. I'm not sure what to say here. My commitment is to take every one of these trades that are signaled in the system, but I am, getting sort of tired of shooting myself in the foot over that when I have a real definite opinion that the market is not going up, and I don't want to take counter trend trades now. I'm tired of shooting myself in the foot because I don't have the skills to properly code up a filter criteria to, look at the context. It's higher, it's lower highs, and it's lower lows. I've even I even started looking at fractals, trying to figure out how to maybe do that. And now it doesn't want to do them, but okay. So there you go. I don't know what to say. Right now is a trigger. And that would be a long. And there's the trigger. Right there. But I just don't think it's a valid trade. That's, and I realize that's going against the grain, but I'm sort of tired of that, as I said. And especially with the VPOC just above, that's another way, that's something else I need to address and be able to code somehow. And I've talked about it earlier today about the range requirement. So it'll be interesting to see how the system works out. It's already got 2 targets. How does the system work out here? Only has to get up here to have a T1 and then be scratched, or be a risk neutral. Yeah, there's no way I'm taking. I have to figure out how to add the filters so that there would be no way I'd take this trade. And it may very definitely go on to profits. But in my opinion, there's the POC, there's What have we got here? Do we have we would have had a risk neutral scale by now, I think. Yeah. So you see what I get for not taking the signals? But yeah. Is he being pissed over here? There's two beauties. I am not on either one of them. Well, that's disappointing. I'm talking to a muted mic here. What I was saying here was that we've had two good trades. I did not participate here because the signal and trigger was not, the trigger wasn't fired per visual and per my book map. The second one here did fire, but I'm not going to get involved in the market or put risk on when any of the, when there's the potential political risk in progress. So that's that. And, what can I say? You have to make these kind of decisions before the trading day and stick to them. They're part of your trading plan. That's what they are. We're still in a lower high and lower lows configuration as far as context goes, by the way. I don't like this VPOC dancing all over the place, but do you see how my point about the yellow brick road? So there's the first drop and you get short and boy, it's all great. And then the second drop and you get short and then, oh no, it's all not so great. I don't know how to do that. And in this case, this had a lot of qualifications that people look for migrated outside of the IB, was well below the mids and the VWAPs. And yeah, I think this is strictly a function of the random risk input that was occurring at the same time. And that's a hard one to you can't quantify that. You can't code for that. I guess you can, if you're a whiz bang, you can do that. I could say I cannot. Let's put it that way, or I don't know how now. I could try to figure it out. We're going to pull a one like yesterday, I guess. Well, here we are. Really annoying. Really annoying. What can you do? This is a holiday weekend, remember? Monday's a holiday. And volume is about normal, I think. Oh, way up again. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I didn't catch the entry because I didn't have a signal for the short right here, and it went to both targets. And this actually was counter trend in my opinion, so I wasn't too upset with the fact that they were having political, Trump was speaking, so that's stuff was flying all over the place at that point. And I'm always leery of that ever since the other day. But it's been two trades taken by the system, both to both targets. So somebody's having a good day. Just not me. I mean, I'm not having a bad day. I just don't have a trade. It's a beautiful day outside. Had a lovely breakfast, brunch, or whatever you want to call it. Secretary of War. Huh. Oh, here we go. Trump ended his remarks. There we go. When the hell did that? For as long as I've been alive and as long as I can remember, it's the Department of Defense, and that person has been called the Secretary of Defense. Why? What's with this Secretary of War thing? Is that something new? I don't. It obviously is. And we've got him again, speaking again at 14:15. So, my goodness. Can't win for losing here, I guess. I mean, I haven't lost anything, but I haven't taken any trades. So, yeah. It's Friday. What are you going to do? And Monday's a holiday. Don't forget that. I will not be streaming Monday. I don't stream on partial days, holidays, whatever like that. I figure it's good opportunity to rest your eyes and your soul and your body and get some exercise and do something good for, you know, your overall health and well-being. It has to be, you've got to be well-rounded, or trading is extra tough, I think. Well, all those euphemisms of Tom's, price check at aisle 3 and all this kind of stuff, who the hell knows? We're back at the open again. Same thing. Same time, same station, just about exactly as yesterday. And then they just chopped them around for a while and made a big batch of retail soup and off to the next whiskey bar. Down they went. I probably mentioned this yesterday, but the thing about having, or I guess the downside, or a characteristic of only taking vetted setups, and in my case, the initial balance ones, you're limited to those trades. So I just stand and wait. If I get a signal again, then I'll be on guard. But until then, here I am. Well, I think guess the news is about over. We've probably settled back into the same situation as yesterday. So I'm going to get some exercise here. Guys are busy trying to figure out a million different levels here. Just stick to your guns. Have a plan in mind before the day starts, and stick to it. That's, I think, the best advice I've ever heard. I see these guys, good traders, some in other, like on Static, that are busy looking at this trade and that trade, and oh, that value area low is going to test and all this kind of stuff. They didn't think of that 2 seconds before they said it. They're just using that human flaw, actually, in my opinion. Now, once upon a time, it was a good thing, but now it's a flaw to see patterns where they do or do not exist. So keep your powder dry. What can I tell you? Well, let's see what happened while I was busy doing something else. A little more important than watching this crap go up and down. This that buffoon comes along and ruins the market, and then what do we got going on for news here? Oh, good God. Really? Wow. And again at 14:15 now. My. My. Well, there you go. Want to see something funny? Open. Oh, no, it's the view app. There's the open. I guess this is going to be a shot in the head Friday ahead of a long weekend. Remember that Monday's a holiday. No stream, and I'd be careful about trading. Well, let's see now. This is just disappointing. Pretty much the same drama as yesterday. Am I wrong? Directional morning and then something else in the afternoon. I'm probably wrong. Probably wrong. Mhm. And believe it or not, there's going to be more random risk at the 215. So, wow. Just fun-filled extravaganza. But hey, there's this is just one of many, many, many trading days. Sure. Well, I guess that's how you pronounce it. So I'm pretty sure I'm saying that wrong. Suriseer. No, I don't think I'm very new. Been a long time, and I stream every day every trading day from 8 in the morning until 1500. This is my virtual trading journal. And it works really well for me. I don't have to screen snap or type anything. My voice here provides what I was thinking to the recording, and the screens capture my video. So all the data that I'm watching. And, I trade live funded account funded by me. And this is completely transparent and fully accountable. That's why the streams are so long. That's why they go from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. No trade. I never take any trade off of the stream. So if there's a day with no signal, then so be it. I don't take a trade. I don't overtrade or, FOMO or any of those things. So it's not very exciting trading, but it's real trading. I have I only take vetted backtested trades, and this is a system I've currently vetted, which is the initial balance trades. There's 2 trades taken on the system, but not by myself live. This is a forward testing, and it's within the simulated environment at IRT. So there you are. 5 days a week. Well, yeah, 5 days a week, usually. Now, Monday will be a holiday. And that's it. Well, let's see here. Music is making me sleepy. It's not much for classical jazz, I don't think. Let's see what else. What else we got cooking around over here? How about this? See what this wakes me up a little bit. A little more my style. Yeah, this is been a terrible week. In terms of action, Monday, Tuesday, no signals at all. Wednesday, one signal, one vetted trade, which I didn't get caught. The entry didn't get bought, sold, I should say. And yesterday, a good trade to both targets. Today, not so opportune, and I don't get involved when there's potential political risk afoot. So that's kind of puts the icing on the week. Huh? And Monday is a holiday, don't forget. So it's a long holiday weekend. I would suppose, just imagine if you were trading this and you knew that you were going into a long holiday weekend, would you want to be in a position? Would you want to be clear, have your inventory cleared up? And that's just what they're doing. We're just, few handles off the open. Been a very orderly auction and definitely a rotational day. About all you can say. Pretty balanced distribution with, reasonably equal kurtosis, taper on both ends, and yeah. Two signal trades today. I did not take this one, and that's my fault, but it didn't, I didn't get the trigger, or I don't see it here, and I didn't see it fire, so I didn't enter. This one I would not, because it was in the middle of a Trumpathon, breast, news story. I have not going to get involved in those. Hey, stand by one. I got to figure out how to talk. Can you hear me? Hello? No, I can't. You're breaking up there. Your little teeny small voice is, Yeah, I am too now. I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear. Oh. The ones you gave me? I keep them here on my desk. Yeah, they always did. I had a pair of these forever until one of them stopped broke and wouldn't charge anymore. They're laying around here somewhere still. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I didn't do that, and I still have them laying around here somewhere. But the problem I have with these, same as I had with that, which I've mentioned before, is that my ears hole's the wrong size. It falls out of my ears all the time. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's what I had when I used these before. Was one of those? I don't know where it happened to them, but. What? Are you talking about the brackety thing? Right. So you could shape it to your ear? Yeah. The one I had worked pretty good. It went over the bottom and then up over the top of your ear, and you could kind of turn the thing. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know, but I had one. I'm talking about the older one that I had. Was the same idea. Somewhere. No, I haven't, because I don't go outside, so it's not I used to do those because I was afraid of losing them. I mean, if it falls out of my ear, in bed or whatever, I just put it back in. It's not a big deal. what I was afraid of was losing them. And that's why I had the thing, because I used to wear them all the time and walk back and forth when I was living at Eagle Hollow, and I was walking and down to the store and whatever else. Over them. Okay. Yeah, the new ones, those Pro things are really great, and they work. They work as hearing aids. The iPhone earbud Pros. Oh, really? Well, I haven't tried them. The girls have them, but I haven't tried them. But the thing I thought was cool about them is the hearing aid part. They do work as a hearing aid. Yeah, but they're real expensive. They're thousands of dollars. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Well, I don't have a problem needing them. I just thought it was pretty cool that they did that. I thought it was really cool of Apple to have done that. Oh, put them on. I'll have. Here comes gang. I'll have her talk to you in Vietnamese. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. No, of course it's not rude. Yeah, I'm sure they're Vietnamese, and I wouldn't. It's not rude at all. Or say when they get through doing your shoot or do something nice, say "Come on." That means thank you, and if they respond to you, they'll know that you know very well as Vietnamese. You come in, and if they come in your face, it's Chinese. Yeah. Or if the girl just suddenly starts slurping your dick, then you'll know right away. You'll know right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she'll be getting some ahead too. So you can each have your, you can each get off there side by side. You can hold hands while each of you get some oral treatment. It'll be fun. Well, it's fine now. Actually, it's let me see. Huh? No, I said it's fine. It's 72F, which is about 23. Yeah, I'm just so used to it from living in KL for a long time. right. Surprise phone call from my son. That was great. Yeah, so 1400. Here we go. The usual 1400 things I will do. I've gone through my theory about trading as a business and that I approach it from a statistic and probability point of view. So I'm not going to run over that again, but I am going to go through the trading system and the back testing and why I believe it's the right way to go. Stand by one. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, so that was great. The back testing. Well, this is the system which I've developed that back tests and or forward tests, like here. 2 trades today. The initial balance trades, or in the initial balance signals. And just quickly here are, this is when I send the system to this chart, which has got nothing, they are not interconnected in any way. The lines and levels on the chart here are only custom indicators that I put on here so that I can see if things are happening when and where I expect them to. And they do. So these are the rules. Each and every one of them is required for the system. And when you backtest, the computer will review each one of these rules every 1 minute candle or bar. It will evaluate the rules. And when they, depending on what they equate to, then it will be a rule, a line, an entry, a target, a stop, whatever else. Yes. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot possibly backtest manually with any kind of accuracy or statistical to have it be statistically significant, because there's too much gray area. Did this penetrate? Depending on your specific rules. So I don't believe that can be done effectively. To backtest, then you set up the backtest. In this case, I always backtest 500 days, which gives me about 1,100 trades. It will backtest the previous 500 days, or 498, whatever it turns out to be. There's the instrument. There's the session. These are the reports that I want to see. 2 contracts. That's the basic risk neutral 2-lot package that I go over every morning in the pre-market and the setup. And now backtest it. How long do you suppose it would take you to evaluate every 1 minute bar going back 500 trading days throughout each trading session and determine if these specific rules and signals were satisfied or not, and then capture that data and collate it into something meaningful? Well, here's what happens when the system does it for you. There you go. It took 8 seconds for the computer to run through 498 trading days which equals 223,289 1-minute candlesticks or bars, and generated 1,142 trades, 576 long, 566 short. Total, a gross of 23,997. There's 773 winning trades, average 34.71. 220 losing trades, average 12.86. Means 773 and 220 is 9. Let's say 990. So there's about there would be about 300, 200 or so scratch. The maximum loser and maximum short, there was 37 consecutive winners in a row and 6 consecutive losers. And something I also do, which I recommend if you're going to backtest and be serious about it, this report displays every trade taken of 1,142 trades going back to January 18th of 24 at 9:40 in the morning, and it tells you the entry, the exit types, what the result was in profitability, and every trade is listed, and you can backtest and troubleshoot each and every one of them. You can also send that entire backtest to the chart if you wanted to look back and see it graphically. So what I do, the next step is I've put some tools together over here. This has been filtered down, of course, but each one of these lines is a backtest, and there are 170 rows, 102 rows. Each row is a backtest. Instrument, T1, stop, T1, T2, number of contracts. Is there a trigger? What's the number of ticks plus entry? In other words, this is the setup that I'm evaluating in IRT at this moment that you saw just a second ago, and that's 495 trades. This was back on the 10th, or the 1st, I'm sorry, the 10th of January, so a few days ago now, 6 days ago. And there's all the statistics that you could imagine or hope for. And there's even, if you want to, standard deviations and Sharpe and Saltino ratio and everything else. I don't look at them particularly, but winners, average win, losers, average loss, win rate, scratches, 148, see? Expectancy, R factor, risk-reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, number of longs, number of shorts, and the profitability, the P&L gross. Actually, I have figured in here the P&L gross and then the commission and the net. So there's that. But now I know exactly what, and the reason I filtered these is I realized that these, once trade price got to T1, if I trailed to entry, there was a huge bump in profitability. Now, this 21 days are for the exact trading days in December. That's why it's 21 days. So that's the backtest. That's how I backtest it, and that's how I move forward. And then I have a sizing tool to size up from minis or from micros to minis, and it's all done systematically based on the target and the risk neutral trading. And that's the way I approach these. And I don't take any trades that have not gone through that process and been vetted. That's why I trade only those 2 trades at this moment, and I'll start working up the code to vet. I call them rules because IRT, that's how they define it. Trading rules, they are what they are. And that's, I'll work on that for the next one. I'm confident that the initial balance trades are, and I have variations of them. I'm confident that I have them properly vetted, and I need to start the next one, because you want to have more than one or one pair of setups. So there you are. And that is the backtesting story in a nutshell. What else are we doing? What's going on now? Is it because Trump's going to be back on the airwaves at the bottom of the hour, if I remember right? Boom. Yep, there he is again. Boulevard renaming ceremony. Guess whose name that's going to be? Guess who that'll be named after? I have no idea. I've never seen this before in my life, but I'm pretty sure I know. God, what a deal. So that's where we are. No trades for me. And one other thing that I should have pointed out in the backtesting, I have an end of day rule, very definitely, which would flatten out any position at 1430. So disappointing, but there you have the day. Remember that Monday is a holiday. I won't be pushing the levels or the session prices until Monday evening at 1700. And we'll stand by for the market recap and the market on closing balance numbers. Market recap at 1430 and the market on closing balance at 1450. There you go. Here we are. There's the entire session, and we're going to flatten right out, and they're grinding them up like nobody's business. That is one big batch of retail soup being ground up. Oh, man. Oh. See, this fluctuation in temperature and stuff, my eyes get crazy here, itching and oof. All right. Daily recap. Well, it should be pretty obvious. Typical opening drive, pretty violent to the south. Some opportunities in there, and then it's been a chop fest for the rest of the afternoon and into the close, I suppose. IRT, this is the, there you are. What do you want? What can you say? Quite a balanced profile, rotational, at the end of the day. Market profile is equally so. The NQ, these are the micros, remember, and the minis are also plotted. And this is my high profile, my high time frame micro composite chart. And this is for the micro ES. These are daily candlesticks. And this is the RTH session. Now that I have this, these, and this, I will, starting first of next week, there'll be a new profile, micro composite profile start right here. I'm going to leave this guy out. It looks like an outlier to me, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I'll do that over the weekend. Remember that these are, this, again, very simple. Daily candlesticks, wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around it. That automatically generates the high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines, and micro composite VPOC, etc., which I enter manually. In Bookmap, we have the session prices here, which also push automatically to Bookmap. Bookmap. Well, the order book or the dome, the high MC columns, something in there. There we go. MCPOC, highs, lows. We didn't tag out yesterday's naked volume point of control. These are the high and low volume nodes. Overnight volume profile. Today's RTH volume profile, surprisingly, more volume traded and a wider range last night, overnight, than today's volume, trade. That ought to tell you something. This is the statistics column. You can see which ones we've tagged out here. And this is the session prices. There are no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are just POC, VWAP, mid, IB, and then session price lines. And POC is nothing more complicated than the point at which the most contracts have traded, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Yeah, everything I do is as simple as I can keep it. Helps me out. The KISS principle. As far as the snooze, my older news source is investing.com. I don't like their new updated model version or whatever they call this thing, but the basic layout and presentation is the same, and more importantly, the data is the same. You can click on any of these titles and get the in-depth how it was done, who puts it out, what's the historical. Here you go, I'll show you. What are the historical, back over time reports, who does it, who looks at it, etc. For each report. But they only report the true economic calendar, not Trump is going to sign something or whatever else. That comes from Financial Juice, and I really appreciate that. Also, we have earnings and holidays in IRT or in investing.com. There's earnings for the day, for the week, actually. And we can look at what's going to happen next week. Let's look. These are the reports that we can expect next week. Well, we've got the CPI. That's a big one for Europe. Martin Luther King Day is a holiday. Man. Oh, sorry, something. I just got a sneeze-a-thon going on here. Ooh. Oh, Jesus, again. At 7:30 in the morning, we're going to have the president speaking. My. On Wednesday. Pending home sales. Construction spending, nothing earth-shaking. GDP. PCE. So it's a fairly busy week. For numbers next week. What would earnings season gonna give us next week? Well, it's still. Well, we got Halliburton and Teledyne, and they're starting to get into regular companies now out of the financials next week, so that'll be all right. The other news source that I use, which I mentioned earlier, is Financial Juice. Both of these are free. I'm sure they will be happy to death, tickled to death if you pay a subscription. My theory here in the stream is that I want to keep any kind of resources like this I use free, accessible to everybody if possible. So they have this docket system here, which is similar to IRT or investing.com, but they do pick up and add these kinds of things through the day, which are not economic releases or numbers or reports, but they, as and I think everybody has recognized, these things can have an impact on the market or on the auction now, so it's important to know when they're coming, and I appreciate that. This right side is more of a squawk box, and pretty soon we're going to get the market on closing balance show up over here. And that'll be at 1450. So there you go. That's pretty much got it as far as I'm concerned. Pretty disappointed about missing that trade that presented early on, which was a very nice trade. I didn't see my signal and I didn't take it. And I absolutely do not chase trades. Don't move stops away from entry. I'll trail to trade manage, but I very definitely don't chase. So I didn't take that. And this one was too much news going on. Uncertainty, random risk afoot. So there we go. Let's we'll monitor over here and see if we get any kind of a bump on the market on close. Kind of a wimpy end of the week, frankly. So I took one trade this week, and it was to both targets. I had no signals on Monday or Tuesday. Wednesday there was a signal, but I had been called away, and when I came back, I threw an order in, but it didn't give me a second chance, and I don't, as I said, I don't chase and I don't do any of that, so I just canceled the order and threw it aside. Yesterday, very nice setup. IB failure off the high, which I took, and today would have been great, but I wasn't. I always err to the side of caution. If I don't see the setup or I think something's amiss, I do not hit the trigger. I think if you can develop that kind of discipline, it'll probably help. Let's see if I can. Here are the, oh man. Here are the trades yesterday. Here is the trade yesterday. So I traded up, took the initial balance signal right there. Came down for the trigger. We didn't have a trigger to the upside. I mean, for the B signal to the upside. Came down here for the trigger, up to the trigger, and I went short. There's T1 and there's T2. And after T1 had been achieved and a little bit further, I drew to trail to entry and then T1 and didn't have to worry about it the rest of the trade. And here's what the system did with it. So there you are. And standing by here for, we've got 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Remember, Monday's a holiday. Martin Luther King Day, if I'm not wrong. MLK. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Oh, sorry about that. Come on, man, what are you doing? Oh, it's got all kinds of time here. Living on Tulsa time. So I hope you had a good day and a good week. Above all, there's something that's worth mentioning here, I think. Let me find it for my for the stream chapter markers. It's important to remember or to realize or to understand that, I don't have any idea where you were raised or how you were raised, but I assume, like me, most people were brought up with a work ethic and kind of this understanding that, you should expect reward for effort. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth with trading. When it comes to the intraday trading, that's, I think, a lot of traders' big problem. They feel like if they're standing here in front of the screens that it's their job, they need to be trading. And they don't realize that not trading is one of the most important aspects of the trading business. 3 positions, long, short, and flat. If you shouldn't take trades that you have not pre-identified statistically, have an expectancy, positive expectancy, or an edge. You should definitely not just be making shit up, making up, oh, I think that, and I think this, and I'm going to do that. That's a recipe for disaster. And clicking that mouse like your, fingers on fire is another big problem. So that's, understanding that the market is pretty much random, that the outcome is a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It's a binary event. The market can only go up or down, period. There's several million people voicing an opinion at any one time in the market by trading. And so you need to realize that you identify a setup that puts statistics on your side and rely on the law of large numbers, just like a casino. That's the most understandable analogy I think that everybody gets. A casino plays no game on the casino floor which they haven't pre-identified specific rules and a positive edge or not. If it has an edge, they play it. If they don't, they scrap it and go on to the next thing. Then they put that game out on the floor, and that's why there's no emotion with all the pit people. They don't care. Their only job is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. They don't care who wins or loses. The casino knows gamblers will win, but they also know that there's that edge, that expectancy, and they will rely on the law of large numbers to manifest or to compound that expectancy to their bank. And that's what we must do as traders, I believe. So there's a little insight. Man, we got 2 minutes here. Also, it's important to understand that futures trading is a zero-sum game. It is virtually impossible to have more sellers than buyers or vice versa. We trade contracts requires one seller and one buyer. So every time you buy, thinking it's going up, somebody is selling it to you, betting it's going down. Think about that for a minute. And ask yourself the question, who has the most amount of money selling? Somebody was on the other side of all those trades buying them. Now they got down here and they had a whole lot of inventory. And how is that person, that entity, going to make a profit? Oh, well, they're going to go back up. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. I say that every day. That's why. Impossible for more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers. The way the market moves is aggression. If sellers are aggressive, they cross the inside market and hit the bid. Down she goes. If buyers are aggressive, they cross the inside market and lift the ask, and up she goes. But there is always a buyer and a seller on every contract. So every time you sell something, somebody bought it thinking it's going the other way. Think about that. Really important. And we're going to have the market on close imbalance here in 5 seconds. Will we get a bump over here? Who the hell knows? I certainly do not. There we go. We got a little bit of a pop there and some contracts out, some buying. These are guys that are trying to push it lower. Not much of a market on closing balance. We've had bigger ones. Now, the last couple of days, we've had, in the S&Ps anyway, we've had 1+ billion, and we do again today. Day before yesterday was buy side, 1.8 billion. This is 1.125, is 1.125 billion buy side S&P, 800 million sell side NASDAQ, 1.053 billion buy side Dow, and sell side 912 million Mag 7. Yesterday, basically the other way around. Always puzzles me how the hell that works. Is there almost 2 billion day before yesterday? Buy side, market on close and balance orders. And then the next day it's sell and today it's buy. You know, that's, every time I see those kind of numbers, it makes me laugh and think, you know, like they're hunting my stops. They're hunting my stop. Period, one contract, you know what I mean? And they're talking about billions. 1 billion, 125 million. I mean, that's a lot. Think about the value of each tick at $12.50 a piece. Pretty something, huh? Well, I hope you have a good holiday and that you're going to go out and the weather's good wherever you are and you get out and do something healthy for yourself. It's really important that another really important thing to realize, besides the fact that you don't need to be trading all the time, that's not part of the trading business. You need to realize that the most critical piece of equipment you have in your trading office is on your side of the monitor. You know, we spend all kinds of money and time and effort analyzing what monitor this and what trading software that and which indicator something else and on and on and on. And think about it. Your eyes are taking all that data in. Your brain is processing it all. And with that, you are making financial decisions to affect you and your family. Or you, or whatever. You need to take you should spend the most amount of effort and care on you. Are you well rested? Are you well hydrated? Certainly don't trade if you're on emotional tilts. Are you healthy? This is probably one of the most highly competitive businesses, endeavors, jobs, however you want to say it, in the world. And the people remember the zero-sum game? Those people on the other side of these trades at the higher time frames are some of the most intelligent, educated, and super well-funded opponents that you could possibly imagine. And they are out for one thing, and that's to take the other side of that trade and make money on it. So you better be on your A game plus and be disciplined, or you're going to just get ground up and, in this right here. The retail blender, this is retail soup, man. Those guys that can't stop clicking that mouse, that are picking these tops, are just chopped to hell. And what's the volume? Well, here we are. We've traded 1.9 million contracts in this session from 1700 last night. On the micro. 1.48 million on the mini. Other way around, I'm sorry. This thing re-alphabets itself when I accidentally click the header up there. 1.48 million on the micros. So you need to be on your A game, and that means, however you do it. I can tell you what I do if anybody cares. These are stand-up desks. I have a 4-rack monitor in front of me, and off to my left I have a couple other with another machine, whatever else. I can step back from this desk, watch these monitors, these two monitors that I have here that I stream from, and the ones above, of course. I can do squats. I've got some dumbbells back there. I can do some, curls or whatever else it is. And I got a pull-up bar hanging in the doorway. Whatever it takes. When you're standing looking at the monitor, don't just stand there like a lump of wood. Stand back and do some squats, do some toe raises, do whatever it is. Get your blood pumping and be thinking about tuning up that machine that you need that's making your money, If you had a race car and you were going to enter a race to make a living, are you going to just say, I'll change this plug. Maybe I'll change the oil tomorrow. I don't know. That's missing on a couple cylinders. What the hell? You know what I mean? You don't do that. Think about it. This is a serious, serious business. And remember that Monday is a holiday. I won't be pushing the levels Sunday night or Monday, of course. I don't do half days, that stuff. I'm not sure if Monday's even a half day, but I don't anyway. I scrub the holidays from my IRT, and I will be back online with the levels and the session prices at 1700 Monday evening. And once again, thanks for coming by the stream. Drop a like or thumbs up or something. And if you could use it would be helpful to have these session prices. They are pushed from Google with it as a CSV file, so you can use them a multitude of different ways. They fit here, they fit in the cloud notes. You can use them in different programs, and I provide them free. I push them on a typical week. I start at 1700 on Sunday night, and they are pushed continuous until Friday night at 1600. So I'm happy to do that free. If I can give somebody a hand up, I'd much prefer to do that than not. So there you go. Thanks a lot for dropping by. Get outside, do something fun. I don't know wherever you are, but it's getting warmed up here. It's 74 F, which is about 24 C, depending on where you are in the world. I think you've already dropped out of here, Surisur, but Surisur 4106. But if you're hanging around or still lurking back there somewhere, where are you in the world? I've lived pretty much around the world, along the equator. Africa, Asia, South America. So I might have crossed your path at some spot. At some point, you never know. Okay, we're gonna have this hootenanny as far as the stream shuts down at the top of the hour, 1500. That'll be 7 hours, and my stuff continues to run until 1600, which is the close. But the cash close is 1500, and that's good enough for me. By golly. A lot of crazy news going on right now. Keep keep your head down. Head down and ass up, and just keep working. I think it's the best way to get through it. "30 seconds. And there we have it. So have a great holiday. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get some outside fresh air, fresh light. That's really good for your eyesight. And stop and think about it. If you lose your eyesight all of a sudden, how far are you going to get trading? Not very, I don't think. So there you go. I'll be back, as they say, on Tuesday morning at 800 Central Standard Time for the stream, pre-market, set up everything, analyze the statistics, what pre-market or what happened with the holiday story, and the pre-market from Monday night. So have a great weekend and do something fun.